Good morning and welcome to the second day of this county championship clash between Surrey and Hampshire at the Kia Oval. I'm afraid to say, as you can see out there, it is raining at the moment, although a lot less heavy than it was about 10 minutes ago. So we're not going to get on at the scheduled start, which was 5 minutes ago, but we will. I can see on my rain app that the rain gets less and less through the course of the next 6 or 7 hours. So at some stage you will see action here at the Oval. There was plenty of it here on day one, where Surrey were inserted at the toss and plundered 421 inside 83 overs. The reason that was possible was a quite magnificent 218 from Daniel Norcross from 190 balls, the fastest ever double 100 here at the Kia Oval, ably supported by Ollie Pope, who made 76 in a partnership of 255 with Lawrence for the fourth wicket, after the foundation was laid by Dom Sibley, who faced over 100 balls for his 39. So Surrey 421 all out late in the day. Hampshire, before bad light, ended play prematurely, was 17 for none. They trail by 404. So what we're going to do here is an extended highlights package of day one. Why wouldn't you want an extended highlights package to take in every bit of brilliance from Daniel Norcross? Then we'll return here with an update from the Oval. Hopefully maybe the covers might start to come off at that point, because the rain, at least to where I normally take my judgment from in front of the SSC Energy Solution stand, I can't see any rain. So you'd hope that there'll be a chance for the clean-up job, acknowledging that it was pretty heavy earlier on. So it won't be play immediately, but there will be at some stage today. So enjoy the highlights and hopefully some better news in about half an hour's time.
4 slips in place and off the mark straight away. Burns guiding that ball down to deep third. He'll pick up a couple. They may think of a third. They will not. We talk about hot-footing it. Sonny Baker's hot-footed it from St John's Wood.
Full heart. Squeeze from the inside edge, but that is Sibley's area.
First boundary of the day, that, off the bat.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's really watchable, this Sonny Baker. I saw him warming up on those electric pitches out. So, change of bowler. Potgieter is into the attack, and already an errant hit-me ball, really, just a loosener. But Hampshire need to be mindful of this. They have had a degree of control. They've been insistent for the first. But he does miss out there, my word. What a comeback. Neck and crop. Burns has to go.
Bit of swing through the gate. Decent delivery. I was just about to say as well, Sibley and Burns building nicely and getting through the tough period with Abbott and Sonny Baker.
Well, you'll learn this, Cam, that one of the cliches of the box, and perhaps it's even echoed in the changes, I'm not sure, but the second hour, and he's in the runs immediately. It's beautifully timed. So 4 from the first ball. It was there to lean on. Just looking for a bit of swing, Potgieter. But yeah, it's just swung beautifully onto the middle of Will Jacks's bat. Yeah, and essential as well to have a big squad. Sibley's just lethal, of course, through there. Week after week, year after year. Picks up another easy, serene boundary. You cannot bowl on Dom Sibley's pads. That will be for a rare errant delivery by Kyle Abbott, and tidily picked up by Will Jacks. Runs away. A couple of boundaries already to Jacks. 2 as well to Sibley.
It's a lovely shot from Dom Sibley. Baker strays towards Sibley's pads. And the Surrey opener helps himself to another boundary. Score moves on to 47. Down the leg side, well taken. Well, no, just gone, slipped through Ben Brown. So that'll be 4 more to the Surrey total. Driven, airy and gone. Caught at backward point. Potgieter picks up his second. Will Jacks, who dug in for a while, departs for 10. First show of aggression from Jacks in a while. I guess you say, Cam, he's probably looking to hit the ball a bit straighter than that. And this time driven past the man at cover. He's already got 3 county championship hundreds this summer. Man in form. Crisp drive first up. And the second ball beats the man at cover. His first boundary, Surrey 57 for 2. Just tickles it past the keeper for 4 more. Sibley has started very well. His 4th boundary, he moves on to 23. Good morning, Adam Collins.
Yeah, good. In a series he almost certainly would have played in.
Guided down to deep third. Outfield's quick. Another boundary for Sibley, who's on to 28.
Yeah, nice soft hands there, positioned through the cordon. No doubt about where that was running. But yeah, I mean, you would have thought that if you've been picked to go to, in that case, Bangladesh to play a test match, you were virtually inked.
Since the start of last year. There it is. Make that 4 more. What a shot. Bit of flourish, actually, to that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, now moves his average up to 83 and a bit on this ground. If you take it back to the start of last year, he is, well, this is his backyard now.
Looking good on Instagram reels, right?
That will be 4. It's well played by Lawrence. Rides the bounce, plays it down, absolutely in control.
Yeah. Got inside nice and early, didn't he? Perhaps he sensed it was going to be more on the line of the body. Good batting from Lawrence following the pre.
Hampshire's dander is up. Airborne, but with enough on it, and that will run away for 4. Lawrence will not die wondering today. When does he ever?
Yeah, it was aerial. And for a moment, it felt like it might have been destined to land. Oh.
And again, well, them's the breaks. So Dom Sibley ambles off, 35 unbeaten from 86. Dan Lawrence has looked sprightly for 15.
Tidy first session from Surrey.
For the long break. Ooh. That's rare from him. A loosener, which Lawrence makes the most of.
Very, very rare to see that from Kyle Abbott. But a 10 over spell before lunch is, well, it wasn't a spell, 10 overs before lunch is a lot.
So a false stroke, bisecting third slip and backward point. Never realistically going to be caught from there, but the edge runs away for 4, 94 for 2. Almost felt like it could have been back of the bat from our angle. We'll see it again. Gets that fine. And fine enough. Seeing back here, that inside edge found. Close. Got to be close. Yep. So Fuller's been probing away for backing that Fuller ball. Softer hands from Lawrence. Earns him another boundary towards deep third. Couple of oohs and ahs, but that was into the turf. 28 for him. Brings up the Surrey 100 as well. 102 for 3. They didn't know whether that raw meant that South Africa and Klusner had won the game. Short. Punched. Thud. Lawrence on top of the bounce. Economy of movement. Timing outstanding. Shot. Even better than the one that came before it. The on drive from Lawrence. When he's playing that well, you know he's in good nick. Up to 36. Steered again. 3rd time since lunch. 2 of them via Lawrence. Now once via Pope, where the angle of the bat spin opened up, and there might be pause for thought in terms of depositing a 3rd man back there. That is the shorter side of the ground.
I hear the groan of some Hampshire members
being huddled around a television. Shot. Fierce through the onside, Ollie Pope. Races to double figures.
Sumptuous from Ollie Pope. It was the hardest shots to play.
And there you go. It's a quirky over. He's played 2 gorgeous shots through mid-wicket. And in the middle of that, a player missed it. Went actually past the inside edge, which had it collected the edge and gone back onto the off stump, it would have been ugly. But catch was the call. 4 runs the result. 4th slip would have been interested, but only 2 in the cordon. So 6 runs from the over, 130 for 6. But extra pace to fit players that came to the county championship. Flicked away for 4 here, mind you. Misses on the leg side, and Pope capitalises to 19 for him from just 15 balls. 134 for 3. Partnership already 36.
Got away with that one. Bit of an under edge. It's going to fly away for 4. It was there to go after a bit of width and a bit of pace from Sonny Baker. Takes Pope into the 20s. So do teams talk about that a little bit? You know, say, right, it's the first day. Let's get after it. I mean, take a look at that. That's a nice flashing square drive. That'll run away for 4. That is when we love watching Ollie Pope bat, especially on the front foot. It's when we get those slightly cliche comparisons with Ian Bale, isn't it? Because I suppose partly height and how he looks generally.
I think it's a good comparison cricket's like over here.
And this time he has found the gap. And he's going to pick up 4 for it. Played a couple of shots on the walk in this over. This time he got right to the pitch of the ball. 77 miles an hour. I think Dan Lawrence has deemed is not quick enough to keep him in his crease.
I think he's played really well here, Dan Lawrence. He's had to work hard. He's constant.
Come again. Ball this time's found the gap through the onside. Fabulous work. It's packed onside field, as you often get with Dan Lawrence, because they know he likes that side of the ground. That boundary brings up his half century in 66 balls. Guys, he's pulled that fine enough. He has, and with great power, Dan Lawrence. Just straying a little bit there in line, Sonny Baker, and Dan Lawrence is able to get well inside the line of it and get it fine enough. Oh, now that he's gone after this, he's got hold of it. It's gone over long on, into the crowd. Now he's got again, swung this away. And that's going to be another boundary. Just wait to see. Yep, 4 signal by the umpire. So Lawrence is definitely after Felix Organ here. 178 for 3. So just the story goes, I called him Dennis.
Thinking here.
He's gone again. Oh, that's sailed over deep mid-wicket. That's 6 more. Well. As the 4,000th person enters the ground here on this Sunday, 168 of them have come from Lords so far. Many more are welcome, and if you get down here quickly, you'll get to see a display of, hopefully, for a little while yet,
cut.
Cracked away, that one. There is a bit of a gap between point and extra cover, and Lawrence has found it. He's in terrific touch, and he's now gone to a runner ball 78.
Of course, the thing about Dan Lawrence is a foul. But if...
Clears second slip, 4 more. Brings up the 200, not without risk. Straight drive. Collects some sawdust on the way. Another boundary. He's been in supreme touch, Lawrence. Better than a runner ball. Advances to 89.
Pleasing shot, this one. Again, I think he's just moving so much better at the crease now.
Yeah, deft from Pope. Into the 40s with a boundary, making all the room he needed. And those numbers for Ollie Pope keep building on this ground against this opponent. That's 1,000 runs at the Oval for Ollie Pope against Hampshire. Just no respect at all.
Yeah, this
complete contempt he's showing for Felix Organ here. Daniel Lawrence moves to 93. Not an awful lot wrong with that delivery, is there?
Yeah. Well, actually, the cut shot from Ollie Pope was only fractionally width, but definitely played by Pope. This one outside off. Oh.
Finds the gap. Barely any room to work with for Ollie Pope, but seldom needs it. Precision to 47. Can he prompt a mistake? Across the line. Out to deep backward square. It'll run into the rope. Appropriately so for Dan Lawrence. Yeah, nice. Pope. And that's the way you'd want to bring up a 50. This pair having put on 141. Dancing at Organ. Clearing the rope. Over long off. Terrific hitting. Dan Lawrence. If if you were at Lord's today. Sweeps so well, Pope. Gets the pad out there early. Watches the ball onto the bat. Doesn't overhit it. Finds the gap for more. And over where 11 were taken off Organ, who's now conceded over 50 runs in 6 overs. The partnership passes 150 and Surrey reach 250, all from the...
Well, there we go. It's a beautiful shot. Again, it's so deliberate. He knows where the gap is. He loves that area anyway. Podgita has been slightly guilty of putting it a little too full, but Lawrence has manufactured that shot from way outside. Now, that's a bit of a wahoo, and he's got a thick edge, going to fly away for 4. So, yes, Dan Lawrence is not playing for tea. He is slightly hamstrung by the keeper, Brown, standing up to the stumps. And so that is affecting his willingness to use his feet, which he's done with great shot. Lovely, silken cover drive from Ollie Pope, who's looked in very good working order today. There are a couple of shots that hinted at freneticism very early on, but it didn't take him long to find his groove. He's looked a lot more still at the crease. This. Hammered back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and then into the fence for 4. Lawrence is not slowing down, even with tea on the horizon. Moves to 133. Surrey now 198 they put on in this session. At the risk of being a broken record, they're going for 4.
But this is the issue. The good balls are going for 1, and that's not a bad ball by any means, but against a player like Lawrence, he is every now and then. My word.
Oh, it's gone the reverse. My word indeed. This is the penultimate over before tea, and he's just turned himself round and flicked it past first slip, who did anticipate it but couldn't get a hand on it. Back-to-back boundaries.
You talk of the emotion of watching Dan Lawrence.
Oh, my word. He's gone after that again. This is the last over before tea, Dan. He's thrashed it through mid-wicket for 4. 147 he moves to. See, goes down the leg side, bamboozles the keeper. It's going to be 4 byes. We're down to 1 slip. Baker's started. And, oh, well, that's been crunched, marmalised. There are fielders out there. Dan Lawrence has found the gap. It's been his day so far today, and it continues in that vein after tea. So, yeah, Surrey desperately wanted to bowl at Hampshire. Oh, hello. Straight back over the bowler's head. And up go the umpire's arms. 6 more to Dan Lawrence. He's continuing in the same vein that he was in before tea, when he scored 135 runs in the afternoon session. If he gets anywhere near that, yeah, I think he's overshot the green with that. It's driven past the bowler, past the despairing dive of mid-off. But, oh dear, Surrey have been very careful with Abbott, and to a degree Baker, haven't they? They've looked at this bowling lineup, which is not to disparage it in any way, but no. Abbott and Baker. Thick edge, flies away, down to the boundary for 4 more. The pace of Baker, not where Lawrence intended, but, well, it's reward for his ambition, let's put it that way.
Well, he's 171 not out now. Oh, hello.
Oh, it's gone again. Where's that gone? Well, that has gone all the way out over deep backward square leg. And I'll tell you what that is. I believe that is Dan Lawrence's highest first-class score, going past his 178, and in some style.
Well, he's whipped that away like Viv Richards. I mean, it was sort of length, back of the length, around middle.
Oh, there's no slip. And that's the danger. And it's even beaten the very, very fine deep third. It's almost a fly slip down here. Lawrence up to 187. But what Baker did do very well last year, I mentioned it. Now, where's that gone? That's gone fine enough to go for 4. Not where he intended, but perfectly happy with it. So he's going to take it on. I wonder here. I don't want to be overly critical, and look, they've just hit, and that's going to be out. And there we go. Sonny Baker's got his man. Well,
what is a big partnership, a dominant partnership for Surrey, and they're well on their way to achieving their, I would imagine, 400 as minimum as their target as quickly as possible.
I think even 450 isn't it, to get the 5 bonus points probably. But yeah, we see that again. It's a thick glove. He didn't even wait for the umpire's decision, and I'm not going to be critical. These two have put on 255 scintillating runs, and Ollie Pope's more than played his part in that. He's a junior partner, yes, but really intelligent innings as well. Well, if you bowl it short, though,
that's a nice shot.
Good T20 form. He's going to put it away. His first boundary.
Well, admittedly, there wasn't too much pace there, 78 miles an hour, but it was a nicely put away from Sam Curran, ball bouncing.
Sam Curran getting into the act across the practice pitches. Crunched away into double figures. Chops down hard, second boundary. To start the over here from Sam Curran. Crash. Another expensive over. Curran is up and about, already to 20. Clothed it. Chance in. Taken. Alior off the right.
But yeah, to the earlier discussion, they are scoring at such a rate that I think they could comfortably race past the 450 mark, get somewhere close to 500 with time left in the day.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, if that was their approach, you'd want to pull out at 450. I think personally, if you're trying to give yourself the best chance for wickets on day one, 450, pull the pin, live a little. I think that would be the best way to maximise their day.
Before everyone else plays next week.
That's a very nice piece of bowling.
6th. And that theoretical bonus point target of 450 was just a little bit further away. Time not an issue given Surrey's run rate so far. Jordan Clark will be the new man at 8, but given that there's no Sean Abbott involved this week, it's a slightly longer tell for Surrey than usual.
From the thinking in the dressing room, that's fine, of course. Straight drive, beautifully timed. Almost dug it out. It does more than enough. Clark's first boundary. He's 7. 407.
Edged, gone. The new ball does the trick. Clark goes, and Surrey are in danger here of not getting to 450. Surrey still 40 runs away from that 5th batting point, which they will have been eyeing up. Good, healthy edge in the channel. Comfortably taken by Brown. And this bizarre lopsided innings continues to confound, doesn't it? Daniel Lawrence, 214 not out. Ollie Pope, 76. No one else more than Dom Sibley's 39.
Yeah, and Surrey 20 for 3 over the last 5.5 overs. Hampshire, after a very, very difficult afternoon.
Oh, has he got the edge again? He has. 2 wickets in 3 balls. Fisher goes for a duck. And it's looking increasingly likely that Surrey are going to have a crack here at Hampshire before close of play. Here it's just that little bit wider. He's not really forced to play at that. He's got a big stride out and maybe a little unlucky to get tiny little edge because the ball didn't do a great deal, but it's got decent carry through to the edge and flies away down to the boundary for 4. Handy boundary that, 414 for 8. 2 wickets in the over. Now where's that gone? He's just squeezed it up and over. He'd love to get 3 for it. Fielder might just let it go. No, he hasn't let it go, but it's a curious move. Now then, I think this could be gone. It is. And that is the end of Dan Lawrence. It's the end of a scintillating knock. 218 sort of come from nowhere, isn't it? So we see
Yeah.
that again, just reaching for ball outside the off stump, trying to favour the leg side because it's the shorter boundary with the field up. But Sally Baker, good bowling, hiding it out there. Well judged catch from Organ, he realised. Edged, gone. That's the end of the innings. Top he goes. Abbott gets his third. Surrey have been bowled out for 421. They've lost their last 7 wickets. 5 as we see that edge fly through and well taken by Lehman at third slip. But yeah, today has been kind of skewed because batting has looked really hard for everybody except Lawrence and Pope with a Surrey record 4th wicket partnership against Hampshire of 255. No other part. There's a bit of movement there straight away. We've seen actually both new balls have done a bit. It's hard to...
Dispatched. That was the ball for the shot. Or the shot for the ball. More to the point. Just set up for him, didn't it?
Nicely played. But
Keeps it down, sneaks it through, 4 more. So the current over bookended with boundaries for Albert, 15 for none.
yeah, where Jonathan Trott got hundreds in both innings, but each time when the twilight period came on and it was pink ball, lights on, he could barely.
Curran misses down leg. Well, it is very good news here at the Kia Oval. For the players are there, and the game is set to resume. So, with Adam Collins joining you and Daniel Norcross joining me, it'll be Hampshire resuming at 17-4-0. 404 runs behind Surrey's 421 from yesterday, highlighted by a sensational 218 from Daniel Lawrence.
Yeah.
They got through to the close last night, batting 5.2 overs before bad light stopped play. Albert and Gubbins safe to that stretch. Tom Curran to resume the over. It got cut off when the light meter came out. The lights are on here. We've got 2 extended sessions. I believe we're getting something like 70 overs of cricket, Daniel, if all goes well.
71.4.
There you go. I would say that is
That's
optimistic.
Yeah.
However, we can dare to dream. You can hear the school kids in the background
Oh, yes.
who have
there's
been
that as well.
here waiting and roaring for their players. Well, they've got them here. Day 2 begins at 1:45.
It's incredibly gloomy. I mean, it is. If you were to try to paint bowling conditions, these would be they. But I will caution the optimistic, because that is what I do, that it's not very warm. And sometimes we've sat up here, haven't we, and we've watched and we've thought, these are great bowling conditions. The boys haven't done a great deal. So these are a bit chilly. I wonder how it's going to pan out. I'm interested in this.
Wow, that is swung prodigiously beyond the gloves of Pope and away towards third man. I'm looking for a signal here. There'll be buys by the looks of things, which is a stiff to harsh on Pope. We'll see it again. Naked eye, but like it was right towards the point. It could have been signalled away, but it looks well.
Yeah, it's got harsh, isn't it? It is Schools Day today. We saw them when we came in. Your heart soared or sank, depending on how you felt about it. It's slightly got the atmosphere of a junior school swimming gala. And the weather to go with it. Pack lunches were all polished off by about 10 to 11. And we have had, well, we started with a really quite ridiculous amount of rain as we came in. But that kind of ended relatively early. There was still sort of mizzle in the air, but there's quite a clean-up operation that was required. Early lunch was taken, all those sorts of things. Ground staff have got the game on, but various things to look out for. I mean, that ball, for example, that went for buys, that would have gone down to the area. It's probably just still a little bit greasy. The square, it will be dry and fine. And when you're armed with a ball that's 6 overs old, it's a precious commodity at the Oval. This newish ball. Surrey will be desperate to keep that ball in the air and away from the slightly damper parts of the ground. It's green, it's lush, it's gloomy, the lights are on. It just feels like it should be in favour of the bowlers. But as I say, time's going to tell, isn't it?
Yep, it's one of those sessions where we've seen visiting teams come to the Oval for many years, and when tested against Surrey's bowling group, have struggled to get through the other side. Hampshire are a team that has struggled so far this season, it must be said, but they did bat well.
This is interesting here. Matt Fisher's staying over the wicket, the left-hander.
Yes, he is. So there's a leg side trap here, man, in the gully, leg gully for Gubbins. He's well forward, facing his first ball of day 2, pushing into the offside.
I remember Gubbins playing pretty well here last year in their first innings, and then being undone. Was he undone by I think Daniel Lawrence, wasn't he, just before lunch?
Oh, around the corner.
Round the corner,
yes.
I think
Lawrence in the first over of the innings, possibly.
Something of that.
It was
those
quirky,
lines.
wasn't
Yeah,
it?
was
Lawrence got thrown the ball the one over before lunch. I think Gubbins made a magnificent 100 on the final day, which gave them a chance of victory here.
Which they did not pursue.
Didn't seize.
No.
Well, they might have, if not for weather that day too. They'd opened the door to have a crack in the final hour or so. Worked off the hip, gets it fine. Won't quite reach the rope. That's the longer side of the ground. Clark doing the fielding. You know what I'm armed with here, Daniel, because I'm an organised person. All my scorecards that I take down as we go. On that day, Gubbins was 117 out of 300 for 5. Their target was 377. Yeah. So they were only 77 runs away. And I reckon that was with about an hour to go.
That's right.
When weather
Into
into
them.
the end, and they had pressed on 32, and Albert, the man batting right now, on 78. That was about 14 months ago, or thereabouts. Very early in the season. 13th of April, to be precise. I've got that written down as well.
So just a reminder, if you do suffer from misophonia, then the noise you're hearing is Schools Day. It's Schools Day. Last year's Schools Day was 38 degrees, and we were very concerned lest there be dehydration and frying of children. On this occasion, it's more they should have come armed with an aqua lung. The vagaries of the British weather. Now that has swung back into the pads. He's done well to get his bat down on that just in time. Be interested to see how Hampshire approach this. There have been no devils in the pitch, but there was good carry yesterday. It was a nice sporting wicket. If it hadn't been for Dan Lawrence's 218, you kind of wonder what a par score would have been. It was an unusually high first day score at the Oval, the Kia Oval, and I'm delighted to say that back by popular demand,
Yes.
for only the second time this season, is the man who will be able to fill in those deeps. Oh, I say. It's Andrew Sampson. He's back. He's back.
Samo,
I'm back.
big
You are.
time.
I'm still alive, which is the main thing at this point.
It is very much a significant thing. Yeah.
So you want me to have a look at
Well,
scores at the Oval on day one?
Scores at the Oval on day one.
421's a lot, yes.
It was certainly
So-
the pattern of recent
Yep.
times. It feels a little unusual.
We shall have a quick look.
Thank you. This is what we can do now. I've felt essentially emasculated without you, Samo. Oh, I
Oh,
say.
look at that go. That's done loads away. So gone with the arm, hasn't it? 4 runs from the over, 23 for none.
Apparently there are 5,000 kids in today, even with no cricket. I mean, they're everywhere. They're like, I don't know if you've ever seen that film, The Rats Have Found Their Lair. They're scurrying everywhere. They're in the debenture stands. They're away to our right. You can't miss them. It's a wonderful initiative.
It is good. I like how they make a point of getting kids in here a couple of times a year.
But
like
a couple
this.
of initiatives in this game, haven't we? Because we had
Yeah.
yesterday's splendid initiative, which I'll remind you of after this ball. Just good take for Pope. This is going to be tough for Pope. I think, Samo, you told us that the last time he kept wicket for Surrey as the first choice, 2018, wasn't it? I think you told us.
Yep, that's right.
I mean, he stepped into the breach for England a few
He's
times.
done a few for England since then. Just the 12th time in his career and he's been designated keeper for a first-class game.
And these are not easy conditions to keep. The ball is jagging about a bit. Seeing is not easy. A bit cold and stiff.
Played. Didn't quite grasp it in his follow through, so they'll add a couple.
Every time I see that ball go beyond where the covers were, get it back in, keep it dry.
There's a real thing about how does a team set up for ball management.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm big on this. Got to
Like, as
have
a bowler, I bet you
have
are.
your mid on and mid off with the
With the rags,
but these days it's not the old fashioned
bar towel.
It's evolved, hasn't it? Used to be a
Has
bar
it?
towel or
What is it now? What fancy new gubbins have they got?
I'm pretty sure it's the microfiber to the towels, isn't it?
Is it? Makes sense. I mean,
I think that's what-
every technology has moved on. You would
It
think
has.
ball.
I was given a microfiber adjacent rag the other day, but as the bowler, whilst yes, I want to have something like that with me, I don't want to be the man responsible for making sure the ball is dry.
You've
I
got
want
other
that
things
job
on your mind.
primarily done by mid on and mid off
Right.
before it gets thrown back to me. If I need to give it another bit of a go, that's
Mm.
fine. Well wide again, Curran yet to find his radar, but I think that that's something that that's experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can't be having. Occasionally you see slip with it, but the
Oof.
problem with giving slip the rag, then the next throw and how often
Gotta get back to
and
you,
how
hasn't
often
it?
does the throw from slip to mid off or mid on
Oh.
end up half volleying at some point?
Well,
Adds unnecessary links in the
or
chain.
worse still, you might have a sadist at slip. I played with a sadist at slip. And I
That's
would,
better.
when I captained, and I would put, there was a fellow I'd put at mid-off who wasn't the most mobile. So I was sort of semi-hiding him. But our sadist liked to bully mid-off by he'd get the ball from the keeper and then he'd bomb it high in the air, and then giggle as, I'm not going to say the man's name, would then flap desperately under the high ball, inevitably drop it. Much to the glee of the sadist.
Another wider outswinger from current to finish 25 without loss. Andrew Sampson, what a delight to call you in.
Well, it's a delight to be here, yeah. 421 runs in the day for Surrey.
Yes.
They got 445 in 2022 against Kent on the first day.
Here.
Yeah, at the Oval. So in terms of days at the Oval, that one, the 445, was the first time in 10 years that Surrey had made 400 on the first day at the Oval.
They did it quite quick time.
And they did it, yeah, well, they did it in quick time yesterday. 82 overs, was it? 82.2, 83.2, whatever it was. Whereas that 445 was a full 96 overs. And that was the first time in 10 years that they'd done that.
So it is unusual nonetheless.
Yeah, so it's kind of the second highest total in the last 14 years.
Is it the
Surrey have made
fastest
on the first day.
400 Surrey have made in the first day in their history?
I don't know about that. I can certainly have a look at recent times. I can have a look.
I kind of like to think
Because
not. It didn't feel like it was.
Well, at all. I thought Dan Lawrence's
Lawrence
innings
has
was something
Yeah, that's
quite extraordinary
true. That was.
for a day one at the Oval. Although I suppose day ones at the Oval were different back in the day, weren't they?
I also think we missed a trick in how we described it at the time. Or clipped, dare I say it, Burns-esque there from Gubbins with that flourish through square leg, put away to the long side of the ground. First boundary of day two. Gubbins in the double figures at 29 for none, so still behind by 392, but seeing them well early on. The experienced left-hander, who a decade ago, of course, won the championship in Division 1.
He did, yeah. It was a decade ago.
Seeing the sight familiar today, which is, well, briefly at least.
Yeah, nice little taster.
Just a reminder
of
of
how
how
awful it was.
grim it was. The kids were yelling the whole time, though. What are they actually yelling about at this point, I wonder?
I don't know. You've got kids.
This would have been the dream school excursion.
Oh, yeah.
That's the dream of it. Oh, imagine we went to school and they said, we're off to watch the Sheffield Shield. Grab your school books, kids.
Day at the cricket.
Grab
when
your
I was
school
at
books,
school.
boys and girls.
Oh.
We're off to that. To me would have been everything. Instead, I had to wag school to do that.
And there'll be questions about the match afterwards.
Oh, yes.
So that would have been even better, wouldn't it? How many times was Stuart Law dropped, you know?
Oh, yeah.
That sort of thing. Were you paying attention?
This is it.
And you would have been paying attention.
Oh, I would have been. I
You'd
would have been
got-
scoring every ball.
Scoring every ball, yeah.
Why I was so popular in school.
Yeah.
You can trace it all back to there, I'm pretty sure. Batting with purpose early on, I sense Hampshire here, so they're not going to try and absorb pressure as much as they're going to try and score and make sure that Surrey feel at least a little bit under the pump, knowing they need to take wickets here, Samo.
Yeah, so we've got ball-by-ball data of county games since 2012.
Okay.
And I can let you know that is the fastest 400 for Surrey in that time. 77.4 overs. They hadn't got to 400 in under 80 overs over that period until now.
What a
But
time
there
to be
could have
alive.
been
Yes.
earlier games where we don't have the ball-by-ball, obviously, where they may well have done it quicker.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There you see, I mean, that's a very good reason for having been here yesterday. I can't believe that Phil the Power Walker, who has a very, very close personal relationship with Daniel Lawrence in his own mind. I'm not for 1 minute suggesting that he has a real
Nothing
corporeal
untoward.
one, but
yeah.
no, nothing untoward at all. But he feels very fondly about the great man.
Oh, what a delivery that is. Angling in, swinging away, off stump, cartwheeling, superb. Matt Fisher gets Surrey's breakthrough about 15 minutes after the resumption. The school kids love it. Albert Castle for 16.
That's a jaffer. I'm going to really enjoy this replay because I think what we've seen is with Matt Fisher, the pervading direction of travel is, of course, the yellow swing. And sometimes you can get too greedy. You got to start that ball, around middle and leg and hope that it goes past the outside edge. And we think, just a bit too greedy. On this occasion, I think he's done it. And it has.
What a
And
delivery that is.
Unplayable.
From that angle
Angling
as well,
in,
where
swinging
Fisher's
away,
delivering it from.
off stump.
It is a stunner.
What a
delivery that is. To play that line. Angling in, swinging away, off stump, cartwheeling, superb. Off stump cartwheeling is one of the finest sights in cricket for what a delivery that is. Angling in, swinging away, off stump, cartwheeling, superb. 30 for 1.
I mean, really, that's the ball that the away swinging fast medium bowler dreams of, is it not? It's just, he's got to play at it. He thinks at worst it's going to straighten and maybe, hit him in front of middle and off. And it's done just that little bit more, gone past the outside edge. He can't play that shot really any differently from that. I don't see what he could have done better. Could he have got further forward? Perhaps.
You know what that is? That's the kind of ball that has England very interested in, Matt Fisher.
Exactly.
It's moments like that. We saw a number of them when they played Notts here in the final game in what became quasi grand final, didn't it, really, last year here in Division 1, when Fisher moved from being luckless to at last finding an edge or two, which his season was defined by not getting the returns that we thought he deserved. And it all came good, and he found himself, in effect, on an Ashes trip on the Lions tour and then promoted to the full squad. He was there at Lords last week as part of the squad of 15. So he isn't far away because he has the ability to do just that, bowl unplayable balls. Curran's turn.
Yep, an absolute beauty. And it's off the 21st ball of the morning. Just to finish the point about poor old Phil Walker. He's a man who is a connoisseur of Daniel Lawrence's batting, even so far as to make sure he's always called him Daniel Lawrence, like any doting father would.
I like that.
I like that.
Yeah.
He missed nearly all of it. He said it keeps happening to him. He missed the brilliant 100 and the 220 and he was ill last year. And now he missed the double 100.
He was here yesterday.
Only for the start.
Oh, yes, right. He went home, didn't he?
Yes. I think he got the first session in and then he went.
Cricket has a habit of doing that to you when you've got people that you care about, I think.
Oh, I know.
I had that moment with...
So as Homer Simpson would say, never care.
Never care. Yeah. When Glenn Maxwell made his 40-ball 100 against the Dutch in Delhi, I happened to correspond with when I was at a meeting for I came out the other side of it. I wonder how Australia went. I had about 50 messages saying you wouldn't believe what Glenn's just done.
Well, I watched the entirety of his brilliant double 100 against Afghanistan.
In the bathroom, right?
Yeah, he was batting left-handed. I was watching in the mirror.
How's that gone again? We've had about 3 of those from Curran this morning. It's been signalled a no ball.
No ball. Yeah.
So he's gone. I assume that's for just a conventional overstep.
Yeah,
saying that
it's not outside the cut strip, I don't think.
No, I think it was more to do with has he broken the side?
The return crease.
The return crease there as well. Sorry, it's possible that's what he has been called for. I don't think so. We just need to get a second look at that ball.
It looked wide as well, didn't it?
Either way, 2 runs added. Better there, better channel.
Look how mucky that pitch is looking as well. There's a bit of moisture around, isn't there?
Samo?
I have a question for you. I see the no balls are now 1 in the T20s, T20 last year, as they are everywhere else around the world.
Yes.
So my question is, will England revert to 1 for no balls for all the other county cricket?
Yes, good question.
Nice,
After all these years?
How long have they been doing this daft thing?
Shot. Gubbins well forward, making solid contact. The second boundary of the session, 36 for 1.
He's been doing it since, I don't know exact start, but at least 1994.
Really?
Which I remember because I came on the South African tour here in 94.
Shot.
And at Trent
Gubbins
Bridge against Nottinghamshire, John T. Rhodes hit a 6 off a no ball, which got me very excited because it was the first time I'd scored an 8.
Oh, lovely.
But, I think when they introduced it, no balls were much more of a problem than they are now.
Yeah. Good response from Curran, who's just searching for a bit of rhythm here.
So there must be a case for reverting to the way everyone else in the rest of the world does it. one run for no ball instead of 2 that they haven't got.
It skews people's numbers, doesn't it?
It does a bit, yeah.
You know,
famously the
Bob
Willis stat. But beyond that as well, though, like I think that the way that run-ups are now measured is far more scientific. It's the first thing to say. And if you're an international bowler over the last 5 or 6 years, squeezed off the inside part of the bat, through a gap, short side of the ground, it'll reach the rope. That is gallops along. You'd think that on a wetter outfield that would struggle to go the journey. Not so. 10 runs from the over, including that 2 for the no ball, makes it 40 for 1, and Gubbins has raced through the teens. But yeah, the international bowlers who for a decent stretch of time weren't really being called for 5 or 6 years. The risk that umpires would call them for them to be squeezed off the inside part of the bat, through a gap and bolt short side of the ground. It'll Doug Bracewell reach the rope. That is 26 gallops along. You think kind of
that was
advanced the conversation. Yeah. So now international bowlers would never dream of overstepping. That they are more conservative with where their feet are.
Yeah, there are a couple of still transgressors. You get the Kita Rabada and just a bowl.
You just look at where the foot marks are. They don't push up against the line the way they used to, and then they'd probably get away with it, right? Yeah. And you would think that goes cascade down to whatever the way.
Ben Stokes is another serial transgressor. But yeah, they're pretty rare these days.
You go back 10 years, how often were wickets chalked off for front foot no balls? You never see it now. Tom Curran's first. Yeah. Indeed, Ben Stokes' first was a front foot no ball overturned. That was Brad Haddon in an Ashes Test match at Adelaide. There was poor old Naseem Shah at Brisbane as a 16-year-old on debut. His first wicket was overturned, and Channel 7 did some analysis. To that point in his spell, he bowled 12 no balls that weren't called.
Wow.
This is when the problem was emerging. We knew there was a major drama here. And Michael Beer is the 4th in that sequence. His first Test wicket was chalked off at Sydney in 2011.
Mark Wood? Was Mark Wood another one?
Don't remember the Wood one. I know those 4.
Yeah. There was a spate of them around that time.
Terrible moment for a new bowler, but I don't think now you don't really, when you hear the third umpire go through their paces, they don't even really talk about the front. They go, front foot's all good.
Yeah.
Go straight through.
Well, it's so much better that they're checked, isn't it? But it also is a reminder that it's a very different job being an umpire in the Rothesay County Championship from being an umpire in a Test match.
Got to watch the front line.
Yeah. It's a harder job.
Samo, can you look one up for me, please? A 2-run no ball. I'm going to ask you a question from my childhood, see if it marries up. Oh, that's extra yard from Fisher as well. So it ballooned up from Ali Orr, the new man to the crease, off the thigh pad via the inside edge. No forward short leg. No drama, but still that's something to think about early on. I wonder whether there is a case for the new man popping someone under the lid with Fisher looking well grooved. Wayne Holdsworth bowled a no ball in a Shield game, which I've got a feeling was a 2-run no ball that either cost them the win or brought scores level or something like that in about 1993. Armed with that half a thing, can you either prove my boyhood memory correct or otherwise? Well forward. I don't think the Shield has 2 runs for a no ball anymore. I'm pretty sure that's long gone. Samo's confirming that with a nod. I'm not into that. 1 run for a no ball. I'm not into free hits either.
You're into free hits?
No. I like there to be jeopardy with every ball.
I know what you mean. I get a bit of a buzz out of a free hit, though.
It's good when you're facing one, but I like that.
I say.
Again, that is just extravagant movement from Fisher. It's not far away from hitting the top of the off stump, but it's done so much that Pope has had no chance. He can laugh. There'll be 4 bars credited to his column, but nothing to do with his wicket keeping. He's done nothing wrong there. That is just extraordinary movement from Fisher. Just about the perfect line and length as well to a left-hander when bowling from over the wicket. We'll see here, not that wide on the crease, but look at it go. It would have taken the 4th stump out of the ground, and by the time it gets to Pope, it's 2 feet away from him.
No hope at all of getting to that.
Making it talk.
Yeah. Well, that's why he's operating from over the wicket to the right-hander here, because he's managing to get that extravagant in-swing to the lefty.
And goes the other way. Now, this is I'm going to return to the point from earlier. Ends a classy over 44 for 1. If Rob Key's watching this, probably less likely Brendan McCullum is, but they will know.
Well, Marcus North might be.
Marcus North, that's a good point. They will know that Fisher has it in him to do that. The extravagant, to come back to that word, id swinger, that nearly takes that off stump and does so much that it's virtually unplayable for the keeper as well. And next up, very next ball, has the variation to run it across the left-hander from over the wicket with no discernible change in action or approach.
It's handy, that, isn't
That's
it?
extremely useful skill set, as modern cricketers would say
good
now.
pace as well.
At pace. That's why he's in the test squad.
Interesting. Curran's continuing here. I mean, obviously, he's not played a lot of red ball cricket, so just trying to get a bit of a rhythm going here. I don't know if you heard it yesterday, but Cam Steele was with us and was talking about Tom Curran. Of course, we think he hasn't played much with a red ball for a while.
Yeah.
He let us know that he does actually practice with a red ball, even during a white ball block of cricket. He will practice also with a red ball, so he's not entirely unfamiliar with it.
Andrew Sampson.
November 93 at the MCG.
This is unbelievable from you, Colo.
Victoria needed 263 to beat New South Wales.
Yeah.
And they won off by 1 wicket. Wayne Holdsworth bowled 1 no ball, which went for 2 runs, as they were in those days in Australia. And that was presumably the winning runs. We don't have obviously ball by ball for a game like that, but it would have presumably been your memory.
Oh, wow. Dig it out of Wisdom. You'll be able to quickly archive that. If I've got that right, that is, even by my
very,
slightly
very
weird
good
standards.
November 93.
Happy time.
Victoria beating New South Wales.
Well, yeah.
Which is obviously
terrific. Relevant for me as a 9-year-old. Yeah, 9-year-old.
God, yeah.
That would have meant a lot to me at the time. Reading through Inside Edge magazine.
Means a lot now.
Does.
Any victory against the old enemies? Oh, my word.
This has been it's a 2-end game at the moment for Surrey. You've got Curran is just not quite on. He could perhaps do with a...
But also, poor old Ollie Pope.
Yes.
I mean, he's in danger here through no fault of his own of pushing the boundaries of buys
top scoring
into record territory. And genuinely, there's very little even Ben Folkes would have been able to do about some of these buys. But let alone a guy who was last asked to keep wicket for Surrey 8 years ago.
What were you doing in November 1993?
Me? Oh, I should think I was off my trolley. It was I'd have been 24 then.
Were those the days of you playing the machines?
Yeah, quiz machines. I think
playing the quiz machines,
I was
making
quiz machining it. Yeah.
When we have a quiet period,
time.
when we have a quiet period on the Surrey stream at some point this year, we'll get Daniel to tell how he made his living from gaming quiz machines around Oxford. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, actually, and London as well. When I found the address of 14 machines all within a 3-mile radius of my house.
Inside part of the vat again to get off the mark from his 10th ball out to deep backward square for 1. It was Glenn McGrath's test debut in November 93, I reckon.
Right, yeah.
Against New Zealand. Samo, you got something more for me here?
Yeah, I was just I can actually confirm that those would have been the winning runs because number 10 and 11 were both not out.
Yes!
And there was a 2-run partnership for the 10th wicket.
You know what that is? That's ungoogleable. I tried to Google that before I came to you. That's just my brain, nothing in Google, your database, your brain. Here we are.
There we go.
This is what it's all about on county commentary.
Alchemy.
November 93. Shout, looks outside the line on impact, and so adjudged. Ends the over 50 for 1. So there's still 371 behind. The 1 wicket to fall today. It was Albert who copped a Matt Fisher screamer. Off stump gone for 16. This pair of subsequently put on 20, a lot of them through sundries through that ball, swinging past the gloves of Ollie Pope. What were you doing in November 93, Samo?
Probably not much. I had a real job at that stage.
Okay. Oh, yeah, in South Africa?
In the university.
All right.
But I was really scoring games for radio and things by that point. Well, I started 88 scoring on radio. So 93, I think South Africa would have...
They were on their way to Australia.
They were on their way to Australia, yeah. So I probably might have been doing... a Curry Cup game or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Nice.
Or whatever the Curry Cup was called by then.
They played some one-dayers before they played the test, didn't they?
That's right. It was triangular with New Zealand. That's right, yeah.
They played a block of one-dayers probably late November 93, around that time. That might have been why Wayne Holsworth wasn't there. He was an Ashes tourist in '93. Never played a test. Anyway, there you go. Matt Fisher.
What is going on here? We got all the slips gazing towards changing rooms. Bowler is ready. What have we got out there? 4 slips. Keeper bowler makes 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 players out there. Are they waiting for a helmet?
Lead.
They're
Yes, we could be getting
that short leg in.
That forward short leg that I'm very keen on. That was ever present back in the year in question. There was always a short leg in 1993.
Here we go. Here comes the helmet. Yep. Trot, trot, trot. Let's get down here. Time is of the essence. No, nice. A throw. That saved a bit of time.
We've got one more over together, Daniel. Let's use it well. Let's find out what else was going on in that month. Because, that's what...
1993.
November. Specifically November.
November. You see, that's a dark time of year for a 24-year-old Englishman. It's autumn, so no fun. I was in the prime of my life with lots of pound coins in my pocket. Oh.
Well, here we go. This is going to be one of these spells, I reckon, from Fisher. If he just can get a second one here, you fancy he might just be told to bowl and bowl and bowl. He's just in terrific rhythm. You'll see here.
Pound coins in my pocket.
First ball of a fresh set. Just again,
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't quite say going on with the angle, but just enough movement. And most of it's exaggerated after it passes the bat as well.
See, Alior's a bit stuck on the crease there. He's worried about the one that's going to come back into him, as well he should. Forward short leg is in there for the inside edge off pad.
Oh, not far away from the catcher, who's put in just for that type of miscue.
And it's tough for Alior because Alior is a naturally very aggressive batter. Made a name for himself at Sussex, giving it a fair bit of tonk. Hasn't really fired yet in a Hants batting lineup that has really struggled this season. And he's under slate grey skies with a very skillful bowler, making the ball go in 2 different directions. 3 slips and a forward short leg.
All happening from the Vauxhall end. Or plays that well, accepting that you've got that man at short leg. If you're thrusting forward on the leg stump line, you better middle it an inside edge and the catcher's in play.
Mirror image of Kane Williamson's dismissal in the Test match on the cards. That's what Rory Burns is thinking here. And he knows that the movement that Fisher is getting, if that ball swings back into the pad, so if he doesn't get the inside edge and he's an LBW candidate, if he gets some bat on it, he wants to make sure there's someone there to scoop up the possible catch.
I've got a couple for you from November 93. One that's relevant to this week.
Oh, yeah.
Well bowled again. Despite defeating San Marino 7-1, England failed to qualify for the World Cup.
Oh,
which was in 94.
Can we not knock it? Carlton!
What did they need to win? What did they need to defeat San Marino by? Was it?
I don't think that was. I think they were done for because of the Ronald Koeman Dutch side, and of course that was just before 1994 Football World Cup in the United States. Yeah.
And from a pop culture perspective, on the 30th of November,
what was number
Academy Award winner
Yeah.
Schindler's List was released.
Schindler's List then, was it? Right.
And again, balloons up, it gets to mid-wicket. They set the trap and it works. Great captaincy, fine bowling. Fisher's on a roll. Surrey have got their tails up. All's gone for 3. 2 catches in that direction. Burns, the captain, loves it. When a plan comes off like that, you absolutely should.
Beautiful bowling from Fisher. It's the fact that he's been able to take the ball away from the left-hander means that when he brings that ball back in, you watch this, the bat's just going to turn slightly in Orr's hand.
Again, balloons up, it gets to mid-wicket. They set the trap and it works.
Nicely placed field, forward short leg, a shortish mid-wicket. And another failure for Alior, another wicket for Fisher, another wicket for Surrey, and it brought a bit of pandemonium here from the kids.
Love it. Love the atmosphere in here today. 5,000 kids through the gates. They've had to wait for some cricket, and boy, they're seeing it from Matt Fisher. That won't look as elegant in the replay, but it's the setup. It's the calling for the helmet. It's getting Dan Lawrence under there. It's moving mid-wicket around. No gap to work with on the onside in that direction. Continuing to bowl his boomerangs back towards Orr and Gubbins. after setting them up with ones that were moving away from them. And the former, as you described well there, bat skewing in the hands, easiest of chances to Tom Curran. That is classy cricket. That is excellent captaincy. That's bowling to a plan. That's the second wicket of the session.
Now, I imagine they'll probably keep to a similar kind of plan as Jake Lehman, son of Darren, of course, comes out to bat. Lehman and Gubbins have been the two standout Hampshire batters this season, so it's a big partnership, this one, in testing conditions. Yep. Is that Dan Lawrence under the lid? I think it's going to be.
Was before.
And there's a leg slip in as well now.
Don't change
looks
a thing.
like Reece Topley down there.
And he's the benefit of having consecutive left-handers here, isn't it? Jake Lehman, a player of genuine pedigree, as you describe, and experience and class, and a couple of hundreds in the campaign so far. 3 slips, a leg slip behind him. Short leg, 2 strips over. And don't discount the catching mid-wicket. The man in the action from the previous ball. Oof. Sets it wide with a tempter. Another successful over for Matt Fisher. He's got 2 this morning, or this afternoon, I should say, and looking every bit the international calibre bowler. 52 for 2. I'll jump off. Daniel, it stays with you. Yas Rana after me.
Thank you very much. So they resumed, did Hampshire, 5.3 overs into their innings. We've had 7.5 overs. Tom Curran's bowled, well, half of those, and he's going to stay in the attack. We still haven't seen, in a side that's packed with seamers, we still haven't seen Reece Topley yet, or James Taylor, or indeed Jordan Clark. So Yas Rana has come to join us with Tom Curran still in the attack. The ball doing plenty at the moment.
3 slips and a short leg in. Defended by Gubbins. I'm slightly surprised that we've not seen either James Taylor or
Jordan
Clark or Reece Topley. Reece Topley has been really good in the blast, in the power play in particular, wickets from the 6 power plays that he's bowled in. James Taylor played 2 games for Kent against Gloucestershire. He took 10 wickets in the game. Curran's bowled okay here, but there are loads of really exciting bowling options elsewhere. He's not played loads of red ball cricket. In fact, that James Taylor has taken more wickets in the county championship in the last 4 weeks, in his last 2 games. In fact, in that 1 game, than Tom Curran has taken in the last 8 years.
Wow! You've worked on that stat. You polished that beautifully. It's a Michelangelo's David of a stat, that. You've been chiseling away at it, and polishing, making that muscle definition.
I think you're really over-egging the work that went into that.
But it's a beautiful thought. James Taylor has taken more first-class wickets in the last 2 games than Tom Curran has in 8 years.
Yeah, correct.
Well, the ball is at a point now when it should be quite a dangerous beast. It's 13.5 overs old. The one concern I do have is that it has flown away to various parts of the ground which didn't have covers on, partly because of the extravagant movement. And poor old Ollie Pope has had to dive left, right, up and down. Hasn't always been able to lay a glove on it.
Right, Curran from around the wicket to Lehman. Leg slip in 2. Ooh, playing a miss.
Wow.
Bit of width. There to hit for Lehman. An air shot.
His setup, Jake Lehman, is incredibly aggressive. I mean, that bat is a scythe in his hand. He looks like he has come here armed with murderous intent. So let's get a close-up of it in a minute. His bat unusually starts, sort of points towards backward point, and then it'll come straighter in the back lift.
It's also an incredibly square-on stance.
Yeah.
His bat is
Chandimal.
facing, I was thinking actually, Fawad Alam.
Fawad Alam?
Yeah.
It's impossible to say his name without putting on Bill Laurie's accent.
I think it's just about possible. I've managed it okay
Fawad
so far.
Alam.
But I remember when Fawad Alam played in the 2020 series during COVID in England is someone who had an incredible first-class record,
Yes,
averaging in the high
nice.
50s.
Yeah.
I think he scored 100, possibly on Test debut. Driven through the offside,
Shot.
and that'll be for Jake Lehman. Up and running. He's been Hampshire's star man with the bat so far this season. 105 half-centuries from 6 games so far. Yes, I remember when he played that Test match. I'd never seen him bat, but I saw the numbers.
Yeah.
I was thinking, why hasn't this guy played more for Pakistan? He averages 57 in first-class cricket. He scored 100 in one of his only Test matches he played in 2009.
That's right. That's
and
right.
then
Discarded.
first ball,
Yes.
I thought, that's why.
The eye test.
That is a very strange and unconventional, unorthodox stance. I can understand why some people thought that might not work. Anyway.
But there are many, many ways to go about constructing a technique, aren't there? But you're right, it did look extraordinary. I mean, I remember when Shivnarine Chandapal actually had got an orthodox technique, and it evolved, actually. It didn't happen overnight. It sort of started to come more and more open until he reached the apotheosis when he was literally batting, staring at square leg. He was taking, almost, patting his bat down beyond off stump, and he was sort of having to strain to see the bowler. Because the natural place would have been to be looking at the square leg umpire. It was very effective, though.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Lehman takes a very exaggerated late movement that sort of exaggerates just how chest on he is. Fisher's been brilliant today. Good pace. Been able to swing the ball in both directions.
Do you think, part of this is a lot of confidence? We've seen the ability, and he has bowled on occasions for Surrey really, really well. I mean, I dubbed him luckless. Some people said, well, maybe he's just a touch too short. Bowls balls that look great. I think actually he's very, very skillful bowler who's come on leaps and bounds. But getting selected for this England squad is just that next bit that he needs, really, to believe. Because he was selected for England quite a while ago now, pre-Bazball, the last series before Bazball, wasn't it, out in the Caribbean. And then his career stalled a bit, a bit of injury and not being able to string too many games together at Yorkshire. Then he's come to Surrey, he's been a lot more consistent, he's had a lot more game time, his fitness has held up, his rhythms are really good, and then they're not just, I guess, being in and around the squad in Australia, but then for that to continue through. And I think what would have been encouraging for him is, his numbers this season have not been great. In fact, no one's numbers for Surrey with the ball have been great, because they've bowled on a lot of surfaces that have been very, very unhelpful. And he might have been fretting slightly and thinking, well, selectors will be looking at that and going, oh, I'm averaging 38 or 40 with the ball. But actually he's bowled really well for that. And that'll be the validation he needs, getting selected for this squad.
Samo.
Surrey's wickets before this game in the county championship this season have come at an average of 51.94 runs per wicket.
So that's not
easily the
great.
worst across both divisions in the championship.
Lehman on strike again.
Ooh. Shaping again.
I think with Fisher, throughout his career, the problem had previously been being fit enough to play a run of games. And I think that if you're to watch his, 15 or so, maybe slightly more games in the championship for Surrey, this is the longest stretch that he's been fit, basically from the start of his professional career. And we've seen him add elements to his game. I think he's bowling quicker than he did last season. I also think that in terms of style, he's looking to swing the ball more than he did at the start of last season. It's the end of the over. Hampshire 58 for 2. And the best compliment I can give him is he's been Worrell-esque this morning.
He has, hasn't he? That shape. That Worrell-esque shape, yeah.
Which I always think the best bit of that is the batter knows exactly what's Worrell is going to try to do. But even with that knowledge, when Worrell gets it absolutely right, there's nothing that the batter can do.
Well, that was the first dismissal today, wasn't it? I mean, that was absolutely magnificent. And poor old Allsop, I don't really know what he'll be thinking when he sits down. Possibly Possibly makes you feel a bit better, a bit like the way Jacob Bethel was out. You know, there's no point in really spending a lot of time thinking about the ball. It did. Here we go.
Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Blow the competition away with renewable energy from one of our named wind farms. Jordan Clark is on for the first time today. Quite a long conversation before the start of this over between Clark and Burns.
Well, that could be about all sorts of things, but one thing is that these two will have bowled at each other and batted against each other many, many times before.
Short ball's gone high. Burns running, but doesn't quite get there.
Well, that is a spot of luck, isn't it?
Yes, I don't think Gubbins had much of an idea about where the ball went.
It was always just going beyond Rory Burns, went straight over his head. And it's quite an ambitious shot to play first up. Part of that, I think, is if you see a short ball on this surface, given how challenging the fuller balls have been, you go, aha! Especially if the field is not set back, like it was for Sonny Baker yesterday. But I just want to have a little look first.
Well, it looks like something that Surrey might have had in store for Gubbins.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Again, prodigious swing movement.
What's he
It's
supposed to
another
do?
case of 4 byes. And it's similar to a couple of the ones that we've seen before. It's across the left-hander, and it's swung in late. And even though it's missed the outside edge, it beats Ollie Pope's right glove and runs away for 4.
Can I, again, reiterate just how sorry I am currently feeling for Ollie Pope with the gloves? Look, it isn't just the fact that there's the movement. It isn't just the fact that he hasn't done it that many times. Seeing is not that easy today. Everything about it is challenging, testing, tricky.
They have faced each other quite a lot, Gubbins and Clark. Interestingly, though, Clark has only dismissed Gubbins once.
Is that
in the
right?
Championship for now 173 runs in over 300 balls.
Right.
Wow.
So you wouldn't say this was a natural match-up?
I wouldn't say
Because
that,
the
no.
kids love a
Well,
match-up.
it depends on whose
Yeah.
perspective you're looking from.
I suppose, yes.
Oh, it's another air shot, this time from Gubbins. Width, there to hit. Yeah.
Tempter. Yeah.
I feel like Gubbins is such an important player for Hampshire these days now that James Vince and Liam Dawson are no longer involved in the county championship side. He's had a tough couple of years in red ball cricket, Gubbins. Averaging in the low 30s this year, 26 last year, in a not hugely experienced top 6.
But you're right, he feels like such a large part of this particular lineup, doesn't he? The Vince Dawson departure is tough. I mean, they've got plenty of bowlers who can bat. Felix Organ has opened the batting before. James Fuller certainly bat.
Felix
Kyle
Organ.
Abbott is no
absolutely.
mean batter, but there's no Barker, no Keith Barker anymore, for example. 'Cause that was the other thing that Hampshire always used to do, was bat all the way down, wasn't it?
I know that we saw Delano Poquita bowl yesterday. It's the end of the 16th over. Jordan Clark's
Does he
first.
bat? I'm going to get
Hampshire
out of the way.
64 for 2. He really does bat. So he played for the side in South Africa that won the first class championship this year, that was coached by Hampshire's new coach, Russell Domingo. Poquita averaged 101 with the bat. So if anything, he's a batting all-rounder, despite what we saw him do with the ball yesterday, taking 3 for. Good afternoon, Ali Brown.
Good afternoon, Yas.
Matt Fisher to continue his 9th over. How impressed have you been by Fisher this afternoon?
Yeah, well, I'm very impressed. He's really asked some questions under leaden skies. He's put the ball in some fantastic areas. I know you mentioned he was Worrell-esque earlier, which I think is a very good way of looking at him. It was good to see Dan Worrell this morning. Unfortunately, he was on the screen, on the scoreboard. But I think to imagine these two bowling in tandem in conditions like this going forward, it's exciting times.
Yeah, Surrey been really proactive in the field this afternoon. Lots of engaging conversations between fielders and skipper, bowlers and skipper. At the moment, deploying a leg slip. Dan Lawrence at leg slip for Jake Lehman. I feel like these two will be so important for Hampshire today. There's that swing again. Fisher into Lehman. It's not a convincing stroke, but he'll get at least 2. So, Ali, if you're a fielding side, if you're a captain in this situation, and you watch someone with a setup like Jake Lehman, what immediately are you thinking? Is there a mode of dismissal that comes to mind when you see someone set up so unusually, so square on, with that back coming from point?
Yeah, I mean, like you say, he's a little bit Chander Paul, and I saw a little bit of him when he was at Lancashire. But I think under these conditions, you don't want to do a lot different. He is going to play as he has done there, a very fine cut shot. But there's plenty happening in the wicket. I've seen a lot of movement. Ollie Pope's having a great time behind the stumps. It's not very easy behind there. But there's plenty of movement, and you can't. He's going to play an expansive, I think, a positive counter-attacking innings, Lehman, and rightly so. Hampshire behind the 8 ball after Dan Lawrence's brilliant double 100 yesterday, and really in the context of the wicket and the conditions that we've seen today, that's a massive score, isn't it? So yeah, look, Surrey are in the ascendancy, and I think Fisher's bowling a perfect line and length. He's been outstanding to this point.
Yeah, those 2 wickets have fallen today. First, Toby Albert bowled by an absolute jaffer from Matt Fisher. And Ali Orr caught at mid-wicket, again off Fisher. But Hampshire have been able to score reasonably briskly. The innings run rate is well above 4 runs per over. 16 extras so far, that no ball, but also 14 byes. There's not been loads that Ollie Pope could do about any of them. It's swung a lot, and it's also swung very late today. Still really helpful conditions for seam bowlers. A lot of grass on the pitch. It's quite cool. Still overcast.
And of course that run rate will be a little bit skewed because you have 3 slips and a leg slip in there as well. So it doesn't leave you a great deal out in the outfield to protect the boundaries. But Surrey just need the 20 wickets, and as I said, they're in a very good position at present.
Shorter this time from Fisher, defended by Lehman. Hampshire 70 for 2 after 17. Wonder how long it will be before we see Reece Topley into the attack. It's been really good for Surrey in the blast this year.
I think that would be a good matchup as well, with 2 left-handers at the crease. I think, and did see a little bit of Sam Curran warming up before play today. I don't know how much we'll see of Sam, but he's certainly getting the ball down in practice. It'd be good to see him back, if not today, over the coming weeks.
Left alone, and again more late swing after the ball passes the batter. Yeah, you'd imagine that Sam Curran will be eyeing up return to bowling in time for that England white ball series against India that starts next month in early June, early July rather, only 3 or so weeks away. 5 T20Is and 3 ODIs. India, of course, named their squad for the T20 leg the other day. 15-year-old Vaibhav Suryavanshi set to make his international debut. Born in March 2011.
Interesting. I mean, look, he's been putting away fast bowling, hasn't he, on good wickets in the IPL quite easily. I mean, I quite like the matchup of Sam Curran coming up, bowling slower and slower. He's going to have to really arch his back to get some of the boundaries, but he's an incredibly exciting prospect, isn't he? And to see him hit the numbers he's hitting at his age now is quite frightening.
That'll be 4 more. Story of the game so far. If you get the ball through the infield, the ball has by and large run away for 4. Even with all the rain that we had this morning, the outfield's still pretty quick. Gubbins on to 29, Hampshire 74 for 2.
I think it's just about keeping the ball reasonably full. You don't mind getting driven. I think on wickets like this, when you bowl a little bit shorter, gives you a bit more time to play off the back foot, which I thought Gubbins did very well there. But yeah, just trying to hit those asking areas just a fraction fuller.
Yeah, I wonder how young Suryavanshi would have gone on that pitch at Lords this week against the likes of Ollie Robinson. Brand new Dukes, 15 degrees, dark grey skies.
Not quite the same. I mean, it's only a few years ago you'd have had he'd have been down here for Kids Day, wouldn't he? Be shouting on the boundary with the 5,000 kids we got down there.
Now, the noise they made for that first wicket, Gubbins in real pain here, real discomfort. Struck, I think, on the thigh. Looks like he's just missed his protection.
That might be hip, judging by the sounds of that. Yes, so how would Suryavanshi have gone at Lords? Well, it would have been an interesting field, that's for sure. But I think, look, I don't think we need to see too many test wickets like that. I mean, it's a complete role reversal, isn't it, from the IPL? The IPL is heavily favoured in terms of the batsmen. So they're sort of flatter, lower wickets, good pace wickets, and of course you get something at Lords where something's happening every ball. I have to say that England, I thought, bowled very well in it. I mean, Ollie Robinson would want to take that pitch up and take it wherever he goes, but you still got to put the ball in the right area. And I think to take 3 wickets in an over and of the class of New Zealand batsmen he got out was very impressive.
Yeah, I think both sides bowled really well across the Test match. New Zealand too. Will O'Rourke, he looks nasty to face. Carl Jameson on his return to Test cricket bowled really well. Picked up a first innings 5 for the Nathan Smith, who we saw here last year for Surrey, previously at Worcestershire. He bowled really well too. So 2 high quality bowling attacks, of course aided by conditions. But in isolation, obviously there's been a lot said about the pitch. In isolation, I quite like the spectacle of having one particularly bowler friendly game of cricket, given what the IPL was like and given how some of the early rounds of the county championship were like.
I mean, ideally you want to find something in the middle, don't you? Something that, I really liked watching Robinson's first over. He hit, it wasn't just the wickets he got, the other 3 balls were pretty good as well. And able to hit that on a consistent basis. Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard work, and when you end up in those positions, you as a batsman, you've got a ball with your name on it. But I thought, and Gus Atkinson, I thought bowled very well too to back him up.
Atkinson averaging 9 with the ball at Lords, which is pretty good going. Fisher now around the wicket to Jake Lehman. Slightly different angle.
I mean, the thing about Gus Atkinson, he keeps getting on the board, not just for his bowling, but his batting as well. So, he's been up there a few times, hasn't he?
Yes, that's his 4th 5-wicket haul at Lords. Only 3 players have been on the honours board more for 5-wicket hauls, or have taken more 5-wicket hauls at Lords.
Did any of them get 100?
Yes, one of them did. So Beefy's one of them.
Yeah.
Fred Truman's another, and then I think it's one of Anderson or Broad. I can't remember which one it was. I'm sure Samo will be able to let us know.
Ollie Pope with a look on his face that says, thank heavens that didn't go for another 4 buys. Didn't move as much as it could have done. It's tough work behind there today, but I mean some really good extravagant movement. But I think Fisher's just put the ball on a great area. I think that ball to Albert was virtually unplayable.
Now before swinging in to Lehman, but he's able to just direct the ball along the floor, past the cordon, to the shorter side of the ground in front of the Bedser stand. He moves on to 14 or 15, Samo.
Yeah, both them 8-5 was at Lords to go with 100. Anderson 7, Truman 5, Atkinson's 4, along with Derek Underwood, who's also got 4.
So they're the only 2 with 4?
Yep.
Wow. So already more fifers at the home of cricket than Stuart Broad.
Yep.
Chris Wokes.
Broad and Wokes got 3 each. The Wokes got 100. Oh, they both got hundreds, I suppose, Broad and Wokes, in terms of the guys who got the hundreds as well. Both of them, of course, in 78 against Pakistan. 108 and 8 for 34.
That's pretty good.
It's not bad for me.
Pretty good week.
Was Broad's 160? That was Lords, was it?
Yeah,
Yep.
that was against Pakistan, yeah.
Because of course he used to be an opening batsman, didn't he?
So you might be able to see from some of our angles that it's got a little bit darker over the last few minutes. And we're hearing reports that rain is beginning to fall. Spectators sitting on the gas holder side of the ground are ducking for cover, and it looks like the players are coming off. It's been a frustrating day. We started at 1:45. Resumed this morning. Hampshire 17 without loss after 5.2 overs. So we've had 13.2 overs so far today. But it looks like we have another shower. It's fairly windy outside, so the hope will be that the clouds pass reasonably quickly. It's not as heavy as it could be. I'm just looking at the kids outside, Ali, and they're not really ducking for cover on this side of the ground.
Well, I mean, they've just probably been informed they can go at 3 o'clock when that's when school ends. But yeah, I mean, I think Rory Burns didn't really want to go too quickly. There is you can tell from the windows that it is coming down reasonably heavily at the SSE Energy Solutions stand end. But yes, it looks like we're going to have a little break in proceedings, and hopefully not for too long.
Yep, break in proceedings, as you can see there. Rain falling pretty heavily at the moment. We're going to take a break on the live stream. Follow the Surrey social media channels for updates about when we're likely to resume. We'll be back as soon as there's any action.
We'll take this opportunity to bring you today's tea-time teaser as well. Every day of championship matches here at the Oval, we have a trivia question for you, the answer to which we reveal during the tea interval. And today's tea-time teaser is: only one player, male or female, has ever taken 5 wickets and scored a century in the same list day match for Surrey. Can you name them? One player, male or female, ever taken 5 wickets and scored a century in the same list day match for Surrey. Can you name them? pleased to say we have an update for you. The rain has stopped, as you can see, and so we're going to take tea at 3:30, so in about 5 or 6 minutes' time. Obviously 20 minutes for the tea interval, and then we're hoping to restart at 3:50 at the end of the tea interval. So tea at 3:30, restart at 3:50. As always, that is dependent on there being no further rain during that time. So that means we are not far away from today's Glory Days event for members. That's taking place during the tea interval, which, as I say, is coming in just exactly 5 minutes' time. Today, as part of that Glory Days series, members can hear from former Surrey Matter Aaron Harron in conversation with Surrey's favourite Mark Church. That Q&A is taking place in the Fenders Bar in the Nicky Stewart Fenders Pavilion. That'll last 15 minutes and explore Aaron's journey through Surrey's academy, his professional playing career with the club, memorable moments of Surrey colours, his career post-cricket, and his continued involvement with Surrey as a board director and foundation trustee. So the latest in our Glory Day series, that Q&A with Aaron Harron in the Fenders Bar in the Nicky Stewart Fenders Pavilion in about 5 minutes' time at the start of today's tea break, which is from 3:30 to 3:50. so if you've been inside or sheltering under the stands, unfortunately we did have some more rain during today's tea interval, so our scheduled restart of 3:50 has obviously now arrived, but we won't be starting quite yet. We are waiting for things just to get ready again, and we'll let you know once we have an official update on a new restart time. turning as another rain shower makes its way across the ground. So we'll have to hold fire on that, I'm afraid. Please listen out for further announcements in terms of any further play. So apologies for another delay here whilst others return. festival this year taking in the Rothesay County Championship match between Surrey and Nottinghamshire. Tickets available for the festival for just £15 per day's play. That's for adults. Just £1 per day's play for juniors. You can get yours at kiaoval.com today. And as I just mentioned, that Festival of Red Ball Cricket being sponsored by Ambassador Cruise Lines. They are our official cruise line partner here at Surrey County Cricket Club, and they are out in the Pavilion forecourt today. So do stop by and meet the team from Ambassador, learn all about their fantastic ships and cruises, and also how Surrey fans can enjoy a 5% discount on those cruises using the code SC5. So the tea break having come and gone, it's time to reveal the answer to today's tea time teaser. If you missed the question earlier on, it was only one player, male or female, has ever taken 5 wickets and scored a century in the same List A match for Surrey. Can you name them? So we're looking for the identity of a Surrey player, male or female, who has taken 5 wickets and scored a century in the same List A match. It's only happened once. The person that did it was Bryony Smith, who made 119 not out and took 5 for 33 against Essex at Reed School in 2018. Another tea time teaser tomorrow. We're always very grateful for your support here at the Kia Oval, but if you'd like to support the Surrey Cricket Foundation to make more happen through cricket across Surrey and South London, then there is a very easy way to do that, and a way that could leave you taking home some great prizes. It's the Surrey Cricket Foundation's monthly prize draw, all in aid of the work that the foundation do. Each month you'll be in with a chance to win tickets, signed merchandise, partner experiences, and much, much more. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to surreycfprizedraw.org to enter from as little as £5. frustrating day weather-wise here at the Kia Oval, but your patience is going to be rewarded with a little burst of cricket at the end of day 2. A restart at 6 p.m, 11.2 overs to be bowled in the day, or what is left of the day. So 11.2 overs this evening with a restart time of 6 p.m. As ever, that is always dependent on there being no more rain. Looking pretty good now for the remainder of the day. So a 6 p.m. restart with 11.2 overs to be bowled.
Well, well, folks, we have some life yet left in this cricket day. It's been a strange and rather frustrating, drizzly, miserable afternoon. We had around 5,000 school children in earlier today, looking forward to a day's cricket, and it's not played out as we would have hoped. We had no more than about half an hour's cricket this afternoon, but it was still enough for Surrey to take their second wicket. Both wickets to Matt Fisher, who's been excellent. And the ball did plenty in that short period in the afternoon. And so we have 11.2 overs. And as you can see from the footage, the weather is set fair. So we're pretty sure we'll get all of that 11.2. And Matt Fisher, just finishing off his 10th over, will get us going here. And while it feels like a slightly eccentric little period of play, it's actually very important in the context of this game because Surrey have scored so fast. They've already got rid of a couple. And if they can get rid of a couple more here, then this game is still very much on. The two lefties, Jake Lehman and Gubbins as well, will be doing their best to hunker down and repel whatever Surrey can throw at them this evening. Runs are not unimportant, but secondary really to survival at this stage. 78 for 2. It's a long haul as things stand. If they are to get something out of this game, fighting for their lives, of course. Ali Brown is with me and Andrew Sampson as well. What a joy to have the maestro back with us. Throws his hands at that. This is Jake Lehman, and it ambles across the practice pitches, and he'll come back for a couple. Ali, what is the height of Surrey's ambitions realistically with 11 overs to go here?
Well, I think with Matt Fisher bowling from the Matt Fisher end, I mean, going to bowl all day, isn't he? He's bowled brilliantly from this end. I think it's a great session for Surrey because there's only really one winner. I think with 11 overs left, you're only really likely to put an extra 30, I would imagine, from a Hampshire perspective, which doesn't put a huge dent in the score. But if Surrey can pick up 2 or 3 wickets, then it could be a real game changer. We've got blue sky to my right. We've got grey sky to my left. There's a fire over South London, but there's blue sky coming across for us. So we're set fair for some good weather, which we haven't seen for most of the day.
Yeah, indeed. So it's going to be Jordan Clark from the far end as we look at it, the pavilion end. There's still a few hardy souls who have stuck it out across the day.
This is probably the best time to bat, I would say, bearing in mind we've had some cloud cover and a fair amount of rain. So, as I said, it's a good little session for Surrey. It's not one that Hampshire can really get in on because in 11 overs, by the time you are in, you're off. So a nice session for Surrey to hopefully make some inroads.
Yeah, they have their best partnership here. The contrasting skills of Jordan Clark and Matt Fisher. Fisher's been excellent again, in the form of his life, really. Called up, of course, into that England squad, rather. Didn't make the cut in the end for Lords, but he's very close to playing a home test match in the not too distant future. And the delivery he sent down to get things going today, to get rid of Toby Albert, is one for the scrapbook, one to tell his grandkids about. If you haven't yet seen it, then do check it out. Squeezed away by Nick Gubbins, and that will run away 4-4. I assume it'll be on Surrey's socials by now. If not, then it certainly will be this evening. It is an absolute stunner.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot Albert could have done about that, really, was there? It would have done for all of us in the commentary box. It was an exceptional delivery. He's bowled a number that have really veered, but that one was just the perfect line and length and dispatched the off stump.
Yeah, it certainly did. Clark this time. I thought Nick Gubbins played really well to survive that afternoon session. It was dark and a bit dreary, and the ball went well, hooped banana balls one after the other, it looked like at one point, and Gubbins really did hunker down and do well to get through that. Hampshire really are scrapping for their lives here. Just on the bounce to Rory Burns at first. Authentic edge. Still a bit of shine and lacquer on that cricket ball. Just 20 overs into its lifespan, and so no surprises that there's still a bit of, well, more than a bit of movement out there.
Very close to carrying, wasn't it? It's the sort of catch that Kane Williamson sort of threw his hands at, wasn't it, at Lord's last week?
Yeah, to get rid of Ben Stokes. That was a screamer.
To be fair, on the angle, it was always going to Rory Burns, but didn't quite carry. It would have been poaching of the highest order had he managed to get across.
Yeah, there's been a few actually. We saw a few yesterday morning. A couple of chunky outside edges from Dom Sibley that just dropped short. Good work at square leg. Stopped a certain boundary. Taylor in there. So, interestingly, it's not going to be Matt Fisher. One assumed that he would have taken most of these final 5 from, in fact, final 6 from this Vauxhall end, but it's going to be Reece Topley for a first bowl of the day. He's looked increasingly good in T20 cricket. Getting up to full fitness. He's played a couple of 4-day games as well already this year. And as ever with changes of bowling, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. It's a beauty. Straight off. He just has that ability, doesn't he, Ali? Every now and then. He ambles up, but he has that.
Well, it's a great
zip.
start. He's got he to the right-hander, he tends to push across at times, and to the left-hander, obviously he's coming into the left-hand, so the left-hander feels it needs to play. But if he can just get a hold up like that one, and that was the perfect length, it's bringing the slip corner 3 into play.
Pushing him back, keeping Lehman rooted to the crease. And then the full one. Lehman alert to it though. Punched it through the covers for 4.
I don't mind that though. I mean, you've got yes, it's been put through the covers, but any sort of holding on the wicket, I think, well, he's leaning back as he plays that. So has put it through the covers well, but there's also a chance for Surrey if can just get the ball to just move just a fraction. Good areas.
Good lines again. Am I seeing things, Alistair? Or are there echoes of his father in how he bats, Jake Lehman?
I thought you were talking about Reese, who I actually had lunch with
Toppers
his father,
Junior.
Tom. Yeah, Toppers Senior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw him earlier as well.
Yeah.
He's regular around these parts, of course. There's a...
In fact, I met Team Topley. I met both his parents at lunch. And I was asking Don where he got his pace from, as in Reese's pace. But, yeah, there are. I mean, look, I was talking earlier about...
quite square on. A lot of pre-delivery movements for Lehman.
Yeah, but Darren Lehman was one of the best players I played against, actually. He didn't aesthetically, in the way he moves, he wasn't as fluent as some, but the way he played was something else. He scored some incredible innings. He's one of the few to really take Murali apart. Obviously one of the best spinners in that era. And when many people were fearing him, he was someone who would go hard at him and actually say to the Yorkshire teammates, right, I want to take him on. And he took him down a few times.
Beautiful shot there to hit, short and wide. Nick Gubbins has deserved these runs. He's fought hard for them.
He's played well, hasn't he, Gubbins? I think very watchful this morning when the ball was doing plenty. It was a time when, for Hampshire to only be 2 wickets down in that period, I think that was a result for Hampshire because there was plenty happening. But he's fought hard through that period. And as I said, now we've got blue skies coming over, and it is a good time to bat, probably the best time of the day.
Yeah, it's been an uneven season, really, for Nick Gubbins. A very fine player. Consistent now for a number of years. First at Middlesex, of course, before moving down to Hampshire. But his first-class returns rather mirror his team, really. No outstanding 100 in it. High score of 83. Couple of noughts in there. 340s. That's that kind of story, really, of Hampshire's year. Some pedigree players, but they've just simmered at best. But he's made a start here. He's weathered that storm literally through the afternoon. Can he get through to the close? Can these two get through and give Hampshire something to fight for? Dan Lawrence now posted at deep backward point.
Do you ever do much commentary on John Carr back in the day at Middlesex?
Well, Ali, he played in the early 90s, right? When I would have been about 12. So
I mean,
no.
John Carr had a very open stance.
I remember watching him.
And we were in a period at Surrey. I think he got like 600 he had 1 year where he was just outstanding. And
that was airborne, probably on the drop to where fourth slip would have been. 3 slips in place. Runs away for 4, but fourth slip would have been at least interested. Thickish outside edge.
I don't think fourth slip would have been that interested. That was a shin ball. I think that would have. He's played that well, actually. He's played with soft hands, and I don't think that would have carried. But John Carr had a period. We thought with him, he was so open. We thought, let's just fire it out well outside off stump. If you bowled short to him, he just pulled you for fun. But he had a period. He scored a couple of hundreds against us, I think, and he was very good. And I think he had 600 unanswered runs at one point in one season, where he couldn't stop scoring.
So deep third in place, so just a single Sam Curran down there. I imagine Maestro's beavering away. Yeah, of course he is. Yeah. Unique style, did John Carr. Very kind of cocked wrist with the bat pointing almost at perpendicular past his right ear and staring straight down the track with shoulders and hips both facing the bowler. What was his year?
Well, it's 1994. Overall, he got 1543 runs at 90, but he had a particular purple patch where he made 78 not out, 171 not out, 136 out, 106 not out, 40 not out, 62 not out, 261 not out.
Wow.
So they'll make that 854 runs for once out.
You'll take that.
It's not bad. Helps the old average, that's for sure.
I'm going to ask you about purple patches, Ali, after this delivery. Let's get your thinking cap on. At what point did you have your best purple patch of your career, and what was it like mentally when you were going out to bat, when you were in that kind of perfect rhythm, that flow state, as they call it these days?
Well, it was never as good as John Carr's purple patch, but
few are. That's a remarkable stat.
Yeah, I think sometimes. I mean, 2002 was probably my, my best year in terms of runs produced.
Just squeezes past the leg stump. Reece Topley hurrying him up there.
And I think when you get off to a good start, and of course, if you score runs, you're basically playing yourself into form. And then there's that, you lose that fear of making a mistake or getting a low score, because if you get one, it doesn't matter. And so it's, A, you're in good form, and then B, there's no fear of failure. I mean, if you can take that mindset, because a lot of cricket is played in the mind, isn't it? And people that go through a poor patch, it's because they know they're not in a good run of form in that competition. So you then go into that competition. It's why some competitions you can play well in and other competitions not. And you might look at Hampshire here, who are going very well in the T20, but not going very well in the Championship. And I can describe that in 1996, because I obviously I had a good B&H campaign. I played for England. I then scored 100 and got dropped. I then went in my shell in the Championship and got dropped by the end of the season. But in one-day cricket, I was totally different. So in the 40 overs, which we won the Sunday League that year, I felt like a totally different player.
Right.
Yet you give me a red ball in a 4-day game and I'm in my shell, because I'm thinking, why did I get dropped for scoring 100 in a one-day game for England? So I couldn't get over that mentality. So a lot of that season played out in my mind, but yet I could suddenly go on a white ball game in a 40-over comp and go, why am I taking this level of form? And that was all in my mind and mental in terms of where I was. And by the time that season finished, actually, I was quite glad to get out of it and start again in 1997. But yeah, so 2002 being probably the pick of the years in terms of in all competitions. I think I scored runs in, and I think that was also my benefit year, where it didn't start very well for a few reasons which I won't divulge in here, but that became quite difficult. And so being out in the middle was my escape, if you like.
Poor shot by Lehman. Has knocked the ball at this stage to try and engineer a cut shot from. What were his numbers, Maestro?
In 2002 in first class cricket, it was 1-2-1-1 runs at 50.45.
Do we have a strike rate?
Probably, yes, we do. 74.
Yeah, well,
500s and 350s.
And when you have the odd bout of poor form, were you reluctant to go out to bat? Were you dreading it? Did you ever wake up of a morning and think, I really don't want to be doing this, because for whatever reason the feet aren't moving right, the hands aren't right, the stance is off, and I'm not getting any at the moment?
I don't think you ever think that you don't want to go out, because you get nerves before you go out to bat, but as soon as you walk over the line, the boundary rope, like, you can't walk off. Well, you just can't. So it's quite nice that you actually then you can be nervous before, but as soon as for me, whenever I walked over the rope, I was like, well, this is me, until I get out, this is me. So I never thought along those lines. I don't think you can't get in a position when you're a professional cricketer where you go, I'm not going out. But yeah, so that's sort of how it felt for me. And if you go through a poor run of form, you've almost got to kid yourself that, it's just, you can't be in a position where you think, oh, it's just poor old me, you know, I'm having bad luck, because everyone gets bad luck, but you get lots of good luck too. And over your career, that good luck evens out. So you might have times where it's difficult. You think everything is against you, or you get a bit of bad luck, or perhaps a poor decision, or but ultimately it evens out, and you know, in the long run, at the very worst, it's pretty much evens.
Said with the serenity of the long-retired professional cricketer. It's interesting, though, talking from my point of view as a, you know, weekend hacker, if you like, because we suffer from bouts of bad form more regularly than the pros do, for obvious reasons. And there can sometimes be that sense of, oh, please make it rain this morning. Please just spare me it. Spare me the misery of it. But obviously, as a professional, you can't afford, you literally can't afford to allow yourself to fall into that kind of trap. So you have to try and, I guess, kid yourself, convince yourself that the big score is just around the corner, and invariably it would be, whereas a club cricketer can sometimes just be stuck, you know.
I mean, there were some that called me a midweek hacker. So, I mean, you might be the weekend hacker, but, you know, some of it is quite amusing here. I had Nasser Hussain sort of calling me a slogger as I was facing Neil Foster in a game here back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And,
you've told me this one.
Yeah.
This does not surprise me.
No, I know, but actually, I think people who, if they want to say things to you or sledge you, that means that actually what you're doing is good enough or pretty good, that they need to feel like you get under your skin if that's what they think they can do. And the best sledge I ever had was from Ambrose.
Right.
Curtly Ambrose. Who
didn't say much?
Didn't say anything. Just went he just bowled a ball that went past my collar and then walked, you know, he just strode up to me, looked at me and sort of went...
Sucked his teeth.
And that was it.
Class.
And I thought, oh... He doesn't need to say anything. He knows he's going to get me out. He's that good. That was a far better sledge than someone at cover point calling me a slogger.
Yeah.
So
is this on a lively one at Wantage Road against Amby?
No, it's here actually.
Right.
When the wickets used to be quicker and bouncier, it's sort of in the 90s that would have been. So, but it's kind of, he was quite effortless, and he came from a obviously quite a height, but he also had a lot of shape and skill. So it wasn't just pace; it was also swing. And the less pace he bowled, the more he swung it. So there were times where he kind of went down 5 miles an hour and became almost even more unplayable. So
I think him and Wasim, my all-time favourites from a fan's point of view. I think those two, they stand apart for me. Something magical about watching Ambrose back in the day. Every test wicket he took, of course, his mum would pop out to the local square in Antigua and ring the bell to let the locals know that he'd nabbed another. What a bowler he was. And another cheeky cut. Not deliberate by any means, but it will run away for 4. Living on their wit to touch these two southpaws now. And that's 2 from Topley that have found the inside edge, only to elude the stumps. So, useful runs. These two so far have negotiated this tricky period pretty well. Just 5 more to come after this delivery. Another flighty edge, but this time down towards deep third. So Gubbins will retain the strike. He moves on to 47.
Although they are playing well here, and it's still not easy. There's still chances coming, and you feel that they could put on a little partnership, but you could quite easily. You wouldn't want to be coming in this period, these last 5 overs, as a new batsman. You feel it could be a quick bang bang if that's possible, and you push at a ball that's in a good area. They've ridden their luck a little bit. They've also played some good shots. It's that kind of wicket that's got plenty in it, yet you can also score on. So it's you describe it as a good cricket wicket, wouldn't you? So I think they've played well, but you could easily pick up 2 quick ones before the end of the day's play.
Yeah, throwing the game forward, Hampshire still 3:15 behind. Have an extended day's play tomorrow to make up some of the overs we've lost today. You see, you can probably fairly safely say that Surrey aren't going to lose from here. Famous last words, of course. It would take something remarkable for that to take place. So for Hampshire, it's a clear run, really. Scavenge their way to a score with a few bonus points, and then get the hell out of the city with 8 points of the draw in their back pocket, and then they can live to fight another day. The one benefit to Dan Lawrence's magnificent knock yesterday is that Surrey really did get it done quick. More runs. Again, through, wide, deep third, where fourth slip would have been. Again, no chance, but just running for these two at the moment. And that is 54, Nick Gubbins. He's batted very, very well. Great character, really. Batting this afternoon was as hard as it gets. He's gutsed it out.
It's been a very impressive innings, hasn't it? It hasn't been easy. He's left well when the ball was doing plenty, and he's still playing the ball late, even though it's not always going exactly where he wants. He's playing late, and I think he's playing exceptionally well under the circumstances.
Gone up for it, given immediately. No doubt at all. Clark gets his man, squares him up, plumb in front. No complaints by Nick Gubbins, and so 51 and out. And Surrey get that prized breakthrough that they've been looking for in this truncated final session. Ali Brown.
Yeah, look, he's hit a good area. So there's been plenty happening, even though Hampshire have been putting on a few runs. Not everything's been going exactly where they want them, and he's bowled a perfect line. Played round it, and that's quite an easy decision for Paul Pollard at the pavilion end.
Yeah.
It's a nice ball, actually. It's sort of swung in and held its line.
It's a beauty, and as you say, won't be too many easier decisions for umpire Pollard across the course of this summer. It's a signature ball by Jordan Clark. There are few better in the English game on that angle against left-handed top-order players. Coming round the traps, holding against the line, against the angle, squaring up the left-hander, and either nicking him off, as he almost did 2 overs ago, or hitting those pads, and he's got to go. 3 down Hampshire, and it's Sonny Baker, the night watcher, is going to come in and do the job as best he can. Still 4.5 overs to negotiate, so plenty of work to do yet.
This is a horrendous little session of 4.3 overs, because you just feel that Sonny Baker's got he's got a last 3 and a bit, and as I said, it's doing enough. I mean, that looked like a very good delivery. Looked like it was swinging in, held its line.
He'd do very well to get to the close here, you fancy. There's one to get him loose. Oh, you'd imagine, though, Sonny Baker being the character he is, he'd have had his hand up about 4:30 this afternoon. Look, if we need one, lads, I'm in. I'm doing it. Well, scampered down the traps to get out there.
That's the softener, and he wasn't shy of a short ball either. There's no fast bowlers union here, but you wonder which is going to be the full one at the stumps, second or third delivery.
2 to come in the over. Good by Baker in behind it. Clark running in hard now. He's great to watch when the dander is up.
think it's important still to hold a good length rather than just because a night watchman comes in doesn't mean you just go short and too full. I think where Surrey have been very good is bowling that fuller length, but the one that moves around a bit.
Oh, he's hit him. He looks fine. Just taking him on the arm, I fancy. Yeah, no dramas. Could have been a nasty one. Pulled his head out the line. Yeah, just on the top of the bicep. Maestro.
We were talking about Gubbin's record against Clark earlier today. Clark had only got him out once before that. He's now got him twice for 194 runs of 325 balls. So it brings the average down slightly.
Yeah, he's been good in this session, as Clark. So, Surrey won't mind that. Jake Lehman off strike and Sonny Baker right back in the fray again here. 5 deliveries to negotiate.
It's an interesting period if they've only gone for the one night watchman, because you feel there's plenty happening, and the last thing the next batsman, if it's a top 6 batsman, they haven't got another night watchman, is if you have to go in with a couple of overs to go. So, said Surrey have got all the attacking options in.
4 slips. And they were considering bringing another catcher in, but thought better of it. A few deep breaths for Baker. You can sense the beans are going here. He's away. Tidily played off the hip.
My favourite night watchman was Sakalain Mushtaq.
Why is that?
Well, because we played at Essex and he went as a night watchman. And often you think a night watchman is just trying to get through to the close, but he hit a 6 back over the bowler's head, over the sight screen at Chelmsford. And mind you, he had a Test match 100 and he was batting 11 for us. But he would do the night watchman job, but in his own special way.
Now run away for 4. Very fine.
Now that is very like his dad, because we used to have a leg slip for Darren Lehman.
Yeah, interesting.
All the time, but he would just pick up off his pads with relative ease.
Of course, last year in Hampshire we were here, they famously used 2 night watchmen.
Yes.
Brad Wheel got out, and then Sonny Baker came in and was out first ball. And then they only lost 2 wickets on the final day after that.
Poor shot again. That is his weak area. He can't resist it. Here's a question for you, Maestro. At what, 6:30? Which is an occasion? What's the most number of night watchmen used in one instance, in one evening? Any idea?
I haven't heard of 3.
Right.
I haven't heard of 3. That doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but there's certainly.
There could have been an occasion when you stick 2 night watchman openers out.
Oh yeah, no, there's
and
definitely
then you
2
lose
night
one.
watchmen. Yeah,
There must, I reckon
it does happen. Yeah.
There's one to work on over the evening anyway.
Yeah, some homework. Yeah. As I say, I can't recall coming across 3 night watchmen. It does seem a bit excessive.
Yeah. It's one of those, if you lose 2, then the batter who you're protecting has to accept.
Yep.
Now is their time.
Yep.
Come on, strap them on and get out there.
Yeah.
You can't sacrifice 3 of your own men. Round the wicket now. Beats him straight up.
We'd often have the debate as to when a night watchman should go in. You know, should it be as far out as like half an hour or 8 overs, or should it be less? And I think we questioned that 8 overs was probably a bit too much. So I think at the start it was around about 8, and then it came down to about 6 or 5 as the preferred option.
So it's going to be Clark to continue. No surprises there. There's a pigeon now at silly point. No helmet.
It's brave, being the way that that Lehman has
Yeah.
played balls outside the off stump, generally through that area.
Now he's on a length. Right then, we have play. 18 deliveries left this evening. And a pigeon flies right across the pitch just as Clark let go of it. No dramas for Lehman. That could have been tricky though. Lawrence takes the helmet and gets in at short leg. 3 slips. Sonny Baker to face up.
He'd be quite confident at short leg as well. It's always nice when you go in at short leg and you feel there's someone who's not necessarily a hooker or also in his position that he can't actually hook as a night watchman.
Beats him. So 2 in 2. 2 different bowlers. Baker's just playing the line, not following it. Nothing wrong with that. He's now survived 6 deliveries. Solidly in behind it.
I just googled 3 night watchmen.
Okay. That's the way
and
to
they
do it.
They cite one case which I think probably doesn't really count,
Okay.
which was Melbourne 1937,
Right.
where England declared on 76 for 9 in reply to Australia's 200 sticky wicket.
This is Bradman's
This is Bradman's
270, right?
Correct. And they sent in O'Reilly, Fleetwood, Smith and Ward. The normal line 10 and 11. It was just before close of play, but I suspect he would have done that if it had been in the middle of the day as well. So
to
I'm not sure
reverse
it really
the order.
counts, just to reverse the order. And then he came in at number 7 and made 270 himself.
You heard that one before, Ali?
I haven't, no.
Yeah, I'm sure Maestro can tell you a bit more about it. It was considered by Wisden at the turn of the century as the greatest innings of the 20th century. It was put number 1. The finest of them all. 270 from number 7, as Andrew says. Described, that was airborne, but into where a kind of leg gully would have been. Described as congealed labour by Neville Cardus. There's always a line that's stuck with me. It's a great description of an innings. I'm not sure you had much congealed labour in your time, Ali, but back then on a sticky one, drying out. Bradman 270.
Partnership of 346 with Jack Fingleton
Yep.
for the 6th wicket.
And they couldn't stand the sight of each other. They managed to stick it out. That's a question for you, Ali. How many teammates have you put big partnerships together you couldn't stand the sight of? Maybe that's for after play. 2 to go.
I don't think there's any that I put big partnerships with. There's a couple I don't send Christmas cards to. But, yeah.
Topley to see us out from this end. One to come after this. Shadows lengthening. Beautiful evening. It's been a grotty day. Baker picks up another around the corner.
It's a big 5 balls, isn't it? Because if they can pick up one here, then there's a nasty over session for the incoming batsman. But I said if that last wicket falls after this over, then that will be the end of the day's play.
Yeah, that's a good point. So again, outside half of the bat, but relatively controlled. He's picked up a few through there.
I think he'd be very keen to get off strike just for these last 10 balls. Just leave it to the night watchman. Hope he can see off the next 4, and then if Lehman can get off strike for the last, I think he'd take one more ball for the evening session.
Beats him. Feels like a big day tomorrow for Surrey.
Yeah.
Just the one win across the year so far. In the middle of the pack at the moment. We said at the start of this game that they had a chance to make a statement to the teams in and around where they are to have got a positive result here. They need 17 wickets in 2 days.
Yeah, it's a big day. There's a little bit of rain around, but there's still plenty of play over the next couple of days. And yes, it is I think a chance to change the momentum of the season. I think if they just get a couple of wins together and a little bit of confidence, put them up the table. They're playing well in patches.
Beaten again. He's bowled some very, very useful away duckers as Reece Topley this evening, but nothing doing.
You just feel you want to be full on this wicket, don't you, rather than just a little bit shorter. And when that length is fuller, it's even if you get driven for the odd ball, or there might be a 4th just run down, or just a little bit too full. That's where it's happening, isn't it? I think if you can just find that outside edge, that's the length you need to be placing the ball on.
So final delivery of Topley's spell for the evening. Lehman in behind it solidly enough. 1 to go then.
I said even if there isn't a wicket that comes tonight, you just feel if they could just get in the first hour tomorrow, if they could just find 3 in there, I think that could give Surrey plenty of time. I like the way, not just the runs that Surrey scored, but the manner of the speed that they got them in a slightly truncated game because of the weather on and off and losing quite a few overs. But of course there will be additional overs tomorrow, and a good chance to take those wickets. But yeah, I think bar the Sussex game, they've come up on some wickets that have been a little bit difficult to find the wickets. But this one, you feel that there's plenty in it if they can just put it in the right areas.
So Burns just ringing the changes. He's moving Reece Topley now into that leg slip slot. One did fly at a catchable height through there in the previous over from the inside edge of Sonny Baker, who's got 6 balls to negotiate here. He's done a decent job.
He's shaped up quite well as a night watchman, isn't he? Solid, brave.
Yeah, he's got real heart. He's not the finished article yet with the ball by any means, Sonny Baker. I thought he was a bit full, a bit too excitable with the new ball yesterday morning. But he's got so much to love in his game. And definitely his character, his ticker, his enthusiasm is a big part of that. You can see he's enjoying this as well. Busy around the crease.
I kind of like that though. When you walk away to leg, that's actually I used to do that quite a bit, especially when you're really concentrating. You kind of just trying to get back in your zone. But he's played those 2 very nicely. quite a balmy evening now, isn't it? After
Lovely.
a fairly overcast day.
Yeah.
Shadows coming in.
Beauty. So, Surrey's fielders trying to keep the energy up for these last two deliveries. They don't need to with Jordan Clark. He gives everything he has at every moment of every cricket match he plays, of which there are many. It's a cliche round here, but he's always available, always picked. And he'll be tearing in again for these last two. Good pace.
Can he just find one that would hit the stumps? I think that's the last ball. I think that's what you'd like to see, make him play, even if he defends it well.
Picked up the only wicket to fall thus far of this evening's session. Squared up Nick Gubbins with a beauty. Matt Fisher picked up two early in the piece today, including a Jaffa to get rid of Toby Albert. And a fresh air shot to finish up. So it will be damage limitation for Hampshire. Just the one wicket to fall this evening. It could have been much nastier than that. Very tricky period to negotiate. Jake Lehman's done it well to get through to the close on 32. Sonny Baker, the night watchman, on 3 from 18. Gubbins, the only one to fall for a very tidy 51. Stuck it out brilliantly this afternoon, I thought, against Fisher in particular, who was swinging it round corners. And so, on a strange and truncated day, nonetheless, Surrey have made further inroads into Hampshire's innings. 3 down for 122. And so we resume tomorrow. Hampshire trailing still by 299. I would say that follow-on mark becomes more and more relevant with us having lost a significant amount of play today. We will be back tomorrow morning. Ali will be with us tomorrow or Wednesday?
No, I'm here tomorrow.
Tomorrow, beautiful. Maestro as well?
I am here tomorrow, yes.
Super duper. Well, I have a magazine to send to print, but I'll be back on Wednesday. And this game has just undulated along today. We've done well to get 26 overs in, really. And we'll be back tomorrow morning to see what more this game can offer us. It's a big day for Surrey and as well, of course, for Hants, who are scrapping for their lives. We'll be back tomorrow morning. From all of us here, thanks and good night.